Good morning. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today, both in this conference hall and of the campus of Jacobs University, and watching the streaming online on the university and SIT online channels. We are very pleased to be able to welcome students, academic staff, administrative staff, and alumni of Jacobs University, Bremen, and SIT to this student-organized TEDx conference, not only as guests, but also as speakers. Before we get started, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all of you who kindly helped make this event together to become a success. To the TEDx organizing team, the events, public relations, fundraising, and corporate communication departments at Jacobs University and SIT, to Kai Metla, our multimedia expert, and of course to our featured speakers, Christian Zenger, Clare Rudo, Ilya Shemek, Claudia Brix, Tanja Deisler, Nico Gartner, Cornel Amarier, Lara Obst, and Alexandra Sophie. The TEDx organizing team couldn't have done it without you. We also want to express our gratitude to the Wolfgang Ritter Stiftung, the Sparkasse Bremen, and the undergraduate student government of Jacobs University for having believed in our students and having sponsored this event financially. This student-organized event is the result of 9 months of continuous and disciplined work of a group of 30 students led by Luisa Ludov and Luna Miskevich, who engaged in this endeavor of organizing a campus-wide event with external outreach. Jacobs University's community standard states that living together in an international community requires consideration of each other's boundaries and the ability to constructively resolve conflict. Building a community requires a set of shared values and goals. Making a vibrant community requires a sense of ownership, responsibility, and community spirit. It also highlights significant values and ideals such as interpersonal respect, mutual consideration, leadership, courage, and self-initiative. In the Campus Life department, we consider student-organized events as a perfect opportunity for Jacobs students to live these values, to learn how to lead, how to be courageous, and take the initiative. But they are also a perfect chance to learn how to deal with difficulties, conflicts, and uncertainties inherent to creating something new, to exploring the unknown, and working in intercultural contexts. I am pretty sure that after having organized this event, the TEDx organizing team has not only learned how to plan, budget, and implement an event, but they have also developed a strong set of skills and abilities, which include critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork, digital literacy, leadership, professional attitude, work ethic, and intercultural fluency. I am convinced they will be notorious alumni of our university, who hopefully will come back one day to their alma mater to help us build a stronger sense of community for future generations of Jacobians. In the spirit of ideas worth spreading, TED has created TEDx, a program of local self-organized events that bring people together to share a TED-like experience where expert speakers combine to spark deep discussions and connections. This year's theme of the TEDx Jacobs University conference is Incrementum, Growth in Collaboration. A title the organizing team chose to promote the flow of ideas, build connections, and broaden the horizons in the Jacobs community and beyond. Now we'll leave some time for Luis and Luna to introduce themselves and the organizing team and tell us in more detail about the agenda of today. So a very warm welcome to each and every one of you, and thank you very much for attending this student-organized TEDx conference at Jacobs University. We hope you enjoy it. Good morning. Thank you to each and every one of you for being here with us today, both in this conference hall and on the campus of Jacobs University, and watching the streaming online on the university and SIT online channels. We are very pleased to be able to welcome students, academic staff, administrative staff, and alumni of Jacobs University and SIT to this student-organized TEDx conference, not only as guests, but also as speakers. Before we get started, I would like to express our sincere appreciation to all of you who kindly helped make this event come together to become a success. To the TEDx organizing team, the events, public relations, fundraising, and corporate communications departments at Jacobs University and SIT, to Kaimetla, our multimedia expert, and of course to our featured speakers, Christian Senga, Claire Rudo, Ilya Shimhik, Claudia Briggs, Tanya Deisler, Nico Getna, Cornel Amariei, Lara Obst, and Alexandra Sophie. The TEDx organizing team couldn't have done it without you. We also want to express our gratitude to the Wolfgang Ritter Stiftung, the Sparkasse Bremen, and the undergraduate student government of Jacobs University for having believed in our students and having sponsored this event financially. This student-organized event is the result of 9 months of continuous and disciplined work of a group of 30 students led by Luisa Ludov and Luna Miskevich, who engaged in the endeavor of organizing a campus-wide event with external outreach. Jacobs University's community standard states that living together in an international community requires consideration of each other's boundaries and the ability to constructively resolve conflict. Building a community requires a set of shared values and goals. Making a vibrant community requires a sense of ownership, responsibility, and community spirit. It also highlights significant values and ideals such as interpersonal respect, mutual consideration, leadership, courage, and self-initiative. In the Campus Life department, we consider student-organized events as a perfect opportunity for Jacobs University students to live these values, to learn how to lead, how to be courageous, and take initiative. But they are also a perfect chance to learn how to deal with difficulties, conflicts, and uncertainties inherent to creating something new, to exploring the unknown, and to working in intercultural contexts. I am pretty sure that after having organized this event, the TEDx organizing team has not only learned how to plan, budget, and implement an event, but they have also developed a strong set of skills and abilities, which include critical thinking, problem solving, teamwork, digital literacy, leadership, professional attitude, work ethic, and intercultural fluency. I am convinced there will be notorious alumni of our university who hopefully will come back one day to their alma mater to help us build a stronger sense of community for future generations of Jacobians. In the spirit of ideas worth spreading, TED has created TEDx, a program of local self-organized events that bring people together to share a TED-like experience where expert speakers combine to spark deep discussions and connections. This year's theme of the TEDx Jacobs University conference is Incrementum, Growth in Collaboration, a title the organizing team chose to promote the flow of ideas, build connections, and broaden the horizons in the Jacobs community and beyond. Now I will leave some time for Luis and Luna to introduce themselves and the organizing team and tell us in more detail about the agenda of today. So a very warm welcome to each and every one of you, and thank you very much for attending this student-organized TEDx conference at Jacobs University. We hope you enjoy it.
Good morning, everyone. Finally, the day has come, and we are greeting you at TEDxJacobsUniversity.
We are Luna and Luisa, the main organizer of this event, and we are really excited to see you here today.
We have been organizing this event for so long that it feels almost unreal to be greeting you at the actual TEDx event. We've been working on TED for months, and we have to say that it has been an amazing journey. Starting from the day when the idea of TEDx Jacobs University was born till the last-minute preparations, this has been an amazing, sometimes a little bit stressful, but totally an unforgettable experience.
On behalf of the main organizers, we would like to say thank you to everyone who helped us organize this event. First of all, thank you to our amazing TEDx team who helped us throughout the process. Then we would like to say thank you to everyone from JUB and SIT who helped us organize this event. A special thank you to Andres, Heiko, Bojana, Daisy and Maike, Christian and Kai, as well as the SMP Media Center. Additionally, we would like to say thank you to the USG and our sponsors from outside this campus, the Wolfgang Ritter Stiftung and the Sparkasse.
And finally, we would like to say a very big thank you to our incredible speakers for taking their time and choosing to give a talk here at TEDx Jacobs University and share their idea with us. And we all can't wait to hear what you have to say today. And on this note, we would like to wish all of you a great day, because TEDx Jacobs University officially starts now. About captivating innovations, groundbreaking discoveries, and inspiring ideas. But most importantly, this year, all our speakers have one goal. They have come here in order to cherish incrementum, growth in collaboration. And now I'm excited to announce the first speaker who's going to be sharing his idea with us, Dr. Christian Zenger. Having published over a dozen publications, held several intellectual property rights, and delivered over 25 invited lectures and talks, including Harvard University, MIT, Brown University, Dr. Zenger was recognized as an MIT Innovator Under 35 in 2018, which is one of the most prestigious recognitions worldwide from MIT Technology Review. Furthermore, Dr. Zenger is the CEO and co-founder of FISEC, a deep tech company specialized in Internet of Things security and inventor of the cutting-edge research field of applied physical layer security. Let's greet our first speaker and welcome him on stage of TEDx Jacobs University.
Thank you very much. So first, I am wearing this prize tag to remember you the one thing I want to, communicate to you, which is from my perspective, one of the most important takeaways to create better university spin-offs. And in this talk, I want to talk a little bit about my journey from, as a founder of a university spin-off, which might be interesting to new founders, to professors, PhD students who are interested in this. But actually, this talk is more aiming towards the university staff, especially the deans and the transfer offices, because I believe that I can give you a small idea, maybe an incrementum of the existing system to create spin-offs, which will have a huge impact. And I am telling you this about, following my story and my experience. So I'm Christian Zenger. I am, as introduced, the CEO and co-founder of FireSec, and according to Gründer.de, it's one of the most successful startups in Germany. And everything started during my PhD. So I got super lucky by having a background in two fields, which brings a very good potential for innovation in cybersecurity. And I developed together with a team a technology which is able to extend digital proofs to the physical world. Yeah. I don't go in detail, but I can tell you we developed this for the application of nuclear disarmament scenarios. So establishing trust between two parties which are not really, trusting each other. And this is possible. And this technology is also capable not just, to secure this nuclear disarmament scenario, but this is also very interesting to many industries and markets. And we figured out during our research that we can increase costs a lot, like by 2 to 3 magnitudes. Yeah, this is a lot. So we thought, okay, this might be a very good thing for a startup. Also because with our technology, we need to change a lot of processes in the field, which is very disruptive and also prototypical good for a startup. Yeah. So, but at this situation, you need to know I was a PhD student. Yeah? And as a PhD student, you are successful when you do reproducible experiments, yeah? When you do discover things, when you are able to work scientifically on a high level, yeah? Or when you teach on an academic level and the students, evaluate you good and not too many students fail, yeah? This is also a success thing for PhD students, yeah? And of course, by being able to publish as fast as possible, yeah? Because there are always other groups who work on the same topic than you, so you are always on a race to do this as fast as possible. Yeah. And if this is happening, then you get invited to give talks, and this is also giving you credits. And if you are not just answering a research question, but maybe really opening a new research area, be sure you will get an excellent PhD. But it counts 0.0 to your PhD by doing a startup. Yeah, reading all these books about transformational products, business development, management, team growth, and so on, 0.0. Yeah. And therefore, at least in the time when I created my company, I was really like an exception. And this is understandable, yeah, because the job, you as a scientist, is discovery and not markets on industries. Yeah. At this time, it was very important to me to have a couple of people in my ecosystem helping me doing this. And the first one is my mentor and my PhD father, Christoph, who helped me a lot due to his experience already in funding and by a very good trust relationship. Because you will talk about this kind of things, you will talk about everything with your mentor, not just like, the spin-off stuff. Another important thing is you need someone who complement your strengths. So you as a founder, you cannot do everything yourself. So you need someone who complements your strengths with respect to your education. So I'm an engineer, my co-founder Heiko is an economist, but also with respect to how you think about problems, how you solve things and which kind of angles you take. Super important. I am super happy, that I have such a great team, and without Heiko, FireSec wouldn't be this kind of successful. And you need kind of a critical mass of fellow sufferers. And this is the ecosystem which must somehow, exist or happen. Yeah, this can be done also in a virtual base. So there are several platforms to connect entrepreneurs together and talk about your problems. And this is really on a very confidential, aura, because you will talk about everything. You will talk about things which are on the border of legality and so on. So, and this is not unusual as a founder. Yeah. Here are also 3 other CEOs of cybersecurity companies from Bochum. And I can tell you, Bochum has a very excellent startup system now. This took also a while, and I think when we come back to this topic here later, you will see that this is one of the very important aspects. And of course, at some point, you need strong business partners. And strong business partners not just mean from a financial perspective, but also from an alignment with your strategy and your values. So the cybersecurity companies in Bochum are very good. Yeah, they are some of the best in the world, and they have some of the top-in-class people. So you maybe think that all these companies are working for military, defense, and luxury goods. But for us, this is not our focus, because we believe that cybersecurity and digital privacy is a basic need. And therefore, we selected a partner who has the same values. So this here is the CEO of Gelsenwasser, which is the operator for critical infrastructures. And I believe this is really a perfect match, because both of us are creating some kind of basic needs for our society. And of course, you need someone who is, following your dream, who is crazy enough to spend time with you, even if you have less time after a 16 hours day, and is still, sharing this dream. And I'm super, super happy having Zina, and she will make me, the happiest man when she marry me. This is not an application, so she already said yes, but it would be nice to have this application, I know. And but last but not least, there is one person, and I cannot show you a picture, because this is still not possible. And the last very important person to do this spin-off is the staff of the university. It's not just one person. Of course, the dean is somehow responsible, but this is the entire transfer team. This is also the politicians who create this kind of ecosystem. And when we started the startup, the politicians were super motivated. From every corner, they were yelling like, do a startup, this is awesome, this is such a nice thing. So we were super motivated. And now I'm really talking about the important thing. And this is not gonna help my company or the existing company. What I'm telling you now is only helping the new companies, and we need them. We have some historical events, and we need more makers and more pioneers. So again, you are a student, you are at this decision doing or getting your PhD, publishing fast as possible, or maybe you have the potential to do a startup and change the world. When you are at this position and go, take the red pill, then you will wear the hat of your intellectual property strategy manager. Of course, you as a founder has like 200 different hats you're wearing. And as an IP portfolio manager, you are now having 3 options. The first option is, I want to patent this innovation. This will make my company worth a lot, and this will protect my business model by protecting the technology. This is usually the golden standard. If it's software, or if the innovation is not substantially above the state of the art, then it's also a good business model to keep this kind of information secret and build your business model around this secret. Not unusual. Or it's also a good idea to publish the information. So you see the pill is a little bit blue, because a defense publication is also a good idea, so nobody else can publish it. Unfortunately, this is an illusion. This is not your choice. By law, you need to introduce this innovation to the university, and now it's the choice of the university. And the intellectual property manager of the university has a completely different view on this. So they are just looking, does it have the potential to make money or not? And if not, they let it go. And if it has the potential, then the usual way is to talk to established corporates, because it is not the job of the university to create concurrence to the local ecosystem. the job of the transfer office is to maximize the license fees. Yeah. And they are very good in this. Yeah. So they have a very established process. They have the lawyers, they have the money, they have the inventions, so they can negotiate. You as a startup, not. Yeah. So, but they will not, reduce the arsenal of tools by talking to you to have like a fair negotiation. This is not gonna happen. So what do you think? How high your probabilities are to get a good offer? Yeah. There's no, there will be kind of a happy end, but not at this point. Yeah. So you will, in our case, the first offer we got was 500,000 euros for the innovation. And Heiko and I were sitting there, like infinite 30 seconds, yeah, and we thought it's a joke. So we thought, okay, where's the offer? This cannot be the offer. We are 2 PhD students, we don't have the money. This means bankruptcy before funding, so what is the offer? But it was not a joke, yeah. And after we explained this complex causal chain that we don't have this money and we cannot negotiate with us like a corporate, we postponed the meeting and got the second offer in the next meeting. And this offer was a revenue share of the entire company, 20%. The explanation was you as a startup have only one product, so every money you make is related to the patent, so we just want 20%. And again, it was not a joke. So we explained them that this is not a good idea because this will withdraw all the liquidity out of the company. And by such with such a solution, we will never ever get a venture capitalist or a business angel on board. This is not going to happen. And believe me, I'm doing this now for 7 years. The startup. And this was one of the most disappointing situations in my life. Yeah. At this point, I really wish to have a time machine, go back and do another decision, which is maybe not legal, yeah, but just keeping it secret, or maybe camouflage your innovation in a way that the transfer office will let it go, but never ever tell them that there's an innovation because you are in such a bad negotiation position. Yeah. And this explains on a simple example why we have only rare spin-offs with patents, yeah, and we need to change this, yeah. So what we did at this point was we asked a venture capital senior partner to help us in this negotiation. So he was kind of taking a neutral position and also explained this kind of win-win situation which is required. And at the end we found a solution which is very good. It is so we bought the IP, but with the costs being kept and carried out upfront. So this means we are paying this license fee after 10 years or after an exit. And this is a good solution. Yeah? But an even better solution is actually to create a community or a university fund. And I think that this will be a very competitive advantage for the universities who have such a community fund in the future than the other ones. And why is this so nice? So this works in the way that the university is able to, license or transfer the patent to the startup. Maybe also help the startup with additional services like coaching, mentoring, maybe infrastructure like the first office, internet connection, and so on, and maybe even with money. And in return, the university gets some shares, or this fund gets some shares from the startup. Not much. Yeah? If there's no money involved, maybe just 0.5%. And this is a win-win situation because it doesn't drain the liquidity out of the startup, and the university don't have short-term financial interest. So here, the university can really, also make money, and the money will really correlate with the success of the startup. And if the university makes it really smart, then maybe they also establish a virtual stock option program for the very motivated and skilled staff. So this will also create additional motivation, because the staff is super important, yeah, and you need to motivate your staff to, you know, now extend all the work you already have in the university with teaching and so on and so off to this kind of transfer thing, and this will be a very good motivation. So the idea is very simple. Please add a very visible and transparent price tag or framework to your patent and spin-off or startup collaboration program, making this clear upfront. So from the first minute, this will, you know, massively improve the collaboration potential you have, and this will make it very clear to all the professors, to all the potential founders and the university staff why building spin-offs is such a nice win-win situation. Thank you very much.
Our next TEDx guest is Claire Rudo, a startup founder, a speaker, and a writer with a passion for women empowerment, youth development, Africa, culture, and business. In corporate life, Claire is a manager invented in culture development, real estate business, and leadership. Beyond the corporate world activities, you will find Claire engaged in all things from investing, technology and STEM, leadership, to women and youth education. And now, please welcome a storyteller with an idea to tell, Claire Rudo.
Oh, so bright. Hi. So, I want to tell you about Harare. So what you see there is the capital city. It is where I had my first date in a very cool atmosphere in the hot African sun. And the reason I was able to have this cool effect and date, sorry mom, was because of a guy called Mike. And what he did there was he combined ideas. So he was inspired by a termite mound. And with that, he was able to design a building that cools itself, where I was able to enjoy my first date, which my parents never got to know about. But that's a different story. I am not here to talk about ideas that intersect today. I really want to tell you about people. And I am one of the oldest daughter of 10. We're 10 plus. We might even be 20 if I include my cousins and so forth. And one of the things that I realized is with family, it's so difficult to plan a holiday. And I'm telling you this because what you see there is us convincing our grandparents to hike with us. They did it. But what it took really is us sitting together and them committing that, yes, we're going to do this. And I must tell you, it's very hard to get my grandparents to get out of the village. So 24 hours before we were supposed to get out, guess what happens? They lost a cow. My grandma goes, "No one is getting out of here until you find my cow." And we look at it like, really? Well, you committed. And so 10 of us sat down and had to find a way to find the missing cow, because they were not going to leave. And what happened? We had a council, and I discovered that many of us had different talents. So my brother was out in the forefront entertaining, because he didn't want to be the one who goes out in the wild to look for the cows. And because there was no commitment for anyone who went out into the wild, we didn't find the cow. But to cut the story short, we did go. Why? Because my grandparents had committed that we were going to spend time together. And this is something that I really want to talk about. How many of you find collaboration with different personalities, including your own family, very difficult? Oh my goodness. Okay. How many of you think collaboration is still a wonderful thing? Okay, I would have walked out if none of you had raised their hands. That is what the study shows. 75% of people believe in collaborating. However, it's very difficult. And you find that the 75%, if they don't have workplaces where you can collaborate, where you have healthy relationships, they leave. And I was shocked that the Gallup study also shows that the US spends $1 trillion because people leave companies because they're not in a healthy collaborative environment. And absolutely what shocked me was that it's avoidable. 70% of those employees said if somebody had sat down with me and made a plan of behaviors that could change, they would have stayed. And this goes to one thing that's very important. If you are a graduate today, if you are in your career journey, the World Economic Forum says that 50% of workspaces, of the jobs that we will do, will be collaborative. They need to be collaborative. And so, what they also say is, even though 50% of the jobs need to be collaborative, almost 42% of collaborations fail. And this is what brings me to the topic for today, really, which is I have spent over, say, 10 years of my career now in over 6.5 countries. I say half because I quit France. I was not able to integrate myself. But what I really learned is I was a constant in every single place that I went into. And that's something I really want to share in terms of, okay, we say 42% of collaborations fail, but how do you make the others successful? And what I found again and again is that there's certain behaviors that support you to build a collaborative team, to collectively work together. Because sometimes I used to think that if I'm an individual and I contribute to a team, it is collaboration, but to collectively work together. And this is what I want to share with you, and anybody can do it. I'm going to share 5 things that you can do to design your world and not merely consume it. It's something that I really liked from the book Atomic Habits. So 5 habits to inspire growth. And again, these are things I've seen again and again in every group work that failed, that did not do maybe 1 or 2 of these, and in group works that were successful. And beyond group work, in networks that were able to work together, to understand each other, to build a community, which is something that was important for me in my career journey, to belong. I wanted to connect to people. I didn't really care about what we were doing, but it was so important to me. I am one of the 75% that needs the workplace to be collaborative for me to be successful. So I'm going to share the 5 habits. And really, I'll start with the first one. You see my hair braided today. I didn't always do this. So when I started my career journey, I thought that in interviews I should show up in the cultural context of the place I was supposed to interview, and I would show up as somebody else until I realized just a small thing. I let my afro loose, and it wasn't because I wanted to, just had a bad hair day, and I couldn't have somebody do my hair, and I showed up at work like that. What it really made me realize, it was quite a small thing, but it made me realize that by showing up as myself that day, I felt like a load had shifted. I didn't have to pretend. I didn't have to tell people, this is my hair, this is not my hair. I showed up with my natural hair and it felt good. And that's the first habit I want to share, to own who you are. It's something that I have discovered and observed again and again. It helps you to come into your strength. You don't have to blend in. It's something that I learned 5 years into my career journey, that I didn't need to talk a certain way. It was okay to speak the way I spoke. It was okay to come into who I was. It was okay to wear colorful colors when others were wearing black or white, because that was me and this is me, and it really, really helps. And I hope you can embody that in your next collaboration. Just show up as yourself, your authentic self. This is me after being my authentic self. My colleagues were like, look, you're in the Alps, in Switzerland, in Austria, you have to try skiing. And I would never have done this if I wasn't in my strength. I said, okay, we'll do it. I'll tell you that picture is probably a lie. I crawled on all fours down the mountain. But we did it anyway. And it's because somebody had dared to show me that it was possible. I'd never seen big mountains before. I'd never done this. But others were so bold. You see this little 2-year-old just trailing around. I was like, if a 2-year-old can do it, I can do it. So I went down with my colleagues, and that was such a great experience. And what that did is it really brought the team together, because it was collective courage. Them seeing that we were all trying to get to the bottom of the mountain. Not all of us were experienced, but there were some experienced ones who would show us the way. And that's such a powerful thing if you're going to work in a team. Be the one that dares to be bold. There's a study that is done. It's actually an experiment that you can also do by yourself, and we did it as a team just a few weeks ago, which scores how assertive you are in a group and how cooperative you are in a group. It's called the Thomas Kilmann theory of handling conflict. And I think when you dare, you are assertive. When you own who you are assertive. But there's also another matrix there, which is the cooperative. And this is what I want to talk about and really stress. You can be assertive, you can be bold, you can be yourself, but one of the things that really makes teams excel, at least what I've seen, a habit that I would recommend you to try, is to let go of trying to control things. Because when you own who you are, when you are able to dare and be bold, you don't need to be right. And what I found that in the most successful teams, people were willing to be wrong. People were willing to say, look, I don't know, help me. And that's what I call the power with. It's something that I really liked from Brené Brown. She talks about it a lot, that you don't have power over people, you have power with people, because you still are yourself, you still are an individual, you're bold in your action, and you're able to share the power and say, guys, help me out, and not feel ashamed for it. And it builds the mutual trust that people talk about, at least in all the 6.5 countries that I spoke about. It helped to build mutual trust. And one that I really, really love, if there's anything I hope you walk away with this one, it's hello. When you were walking in, I hope you greeted each other. One thing I want to share from the African culture, Southern African, there's a greeting called Sawubona. And when somebody says Sawubona, I love our aunties. They will Sawubona you until you answer them. And you walk in, you have a lot of things on your mind, and they're like, Sawubona. If you don't answer them, they will repeat it and make sure that you respond, and you don't just respond, but you acknowledge their presence. I think it's something powerful, because when you say sawubona, it means I see you, directly translated. It's isiZulu, it's Indebele, which is Zimbabwean South African language. And I love it because it really means that you're choosing to be curious about somebody. Of course, the auntie is forcing you here, but still you acknowledge them. And you are curious about their day, they're curious about your love life, as usual, the African aunties. But it's a good way to interact together, because it really shows that you're not thinking about everything else. It's not about the task at hand, it's about the other person. And this is why I wanted to concentrate this talk on people, because when I just finished my university, I really thought, wow, I'm an engineer now. And I walked in and I realized that no, there were people who knew much more than I did, and it was important to be curious about them, what they did, even if they did not have a degree or if they did not walk the same path I had, and so on. It was really something powerful, and I hope that you embody that by remembering, sawubona, I see you. I want to know what you do. I want you to teach me as well. How's your day and who are you as a person? I think it's very important. What I also realized as I was working in quite a different cultural context was, if you needed a decision to be made really quickly, you went to the smoking area. Don't ask me why, but I would go to the smoking area, I would share what was happening, and an hour later, a mail would come in and be like, oh, we discussed it and it's all good. And when we had a meeting, we were aligned. And I realized that something was going on there. Meetings were not the place that decisions were actually made. They was the informal networks. And as you go into the workplace, as you're building your career up, I really, really advise to leverage on informal networks. That's where a lot of things happen. It's the WhatsApp group that you might not know about in your family that's there. And then there's the main family group. So find out. Well, my siblings do that. They have the informal little fun chats, and then the main family chat is where the decisions are made, but actually the decisions are rerouted. What the whole thing comes up to is, in a lot of collaborations, we usually say that, oh, you know, I'm working with somebody who's not pulling the weight, or I don't understand this people, it's strange, I don't know why he's eating with his hands, or did you see that? And what I realized is, in all the collaborations that I've had, in all the work that really depended on the group, I was the constant. And this is at least what I want us to walk away with, is that you have the power to change. And I've seen that when I see the African networks that I'm in. It's young, talented Africans who come up and say, I can change the trajectory of a country. Do you want to come with me? And I'm like, what do you mean, change the trajectory of Zimbabwe? And they're very talented Africans who believe that if they themselves bring the change, it's going to happen. You just need people to be inspired by that as well, and to work together on that. And with that, I would like to say, sawubona. I hope that you remember that, and you use that during the times that we are out and about to be curious about others. I want to stress again on that talented African, because it's not just the talented African, it's everyone in this room. What I really learned is, if you decide today that you want to do something and you dare to do it, and you don't blend in and you take ownership of it, be yourself, that you're able to change the collaboration of a team that wasn't working, that was failing. And I've seen that happen. I've seen a lot of teams that were called hard to work with, and you brought in somebody who was willing to first change themselves to show the others that, hey, I want to know what you're struggling with, what's going on. Let me see you. Sawubona, I see you. And if there's anything that you walk away with, I know that it's close to the lunch break, is during the lunch break, please go out and be curious about the people that are in this room. Who knows, maybe you are away from a great collaboration. Maybe you are away from finding your partner. I don't know. I didn't say anything, but I don't know. Maybe just be curious about the people around you. And I think for me, this is what has made the greatest collaborations and growth. Thank you.
Autonomous. He leads Acronis SIT Autonomous at RoboRace Championship, the world's first extreme competition of teams developing self-driving artificial intelligence. Ilya is a former chief robotics officer at Remy Robotics, a company building robotics kitchen, who in 2017 founded Atlas Racing Team, self-driving race competition on vehicle detection and tracking in San Francisco. Ilya is passionate about autonomous racing, robotics, and engineering best practices, and we can't wait to hear what he has to tell us today. Welcome on stage of TEDxJacobsUniversity, Ilya Shimczyk.
Hello everyone, I'm happy to be here and happy to share the ideas that I gained during my journey in competing and participating in different challenges and competitions. That's we are collaborating while we are competing and how sports can enable innovations. So I'm team principal at Acronis IT Autonomous. We are actually a racing team, but we are not like usual racing team. We are competing without drivers. We are competing in self-driving technology in first RoboRace Championship of autonomous vehicles. So we have real cars, real track, but no drivers. We are competing in self-driving technology on the track. And let me go straight to the point of my talk that I would like to share with you three main thoughts. That's first one is that competition is help to develop and to trigger innovation. Competition helps to innovate. Second thought that competition is not only opposite of collaboration. Competition is actually type of collaboration. And the last thought that I would like to share, and I will explain all those thoughts later during my talk, that you also need to compete not only with others, but you are competing with yourself. You're improving yourself, and sometimes failure is a part of your journey. And let's start with the first point, that's why we need to have competition. And here's a really two good examples of competition and how they affect at least like the whole industry of automotive and autonomous cars. And actually, maybe some of you know that autonomous industry started with one competition called DARPA Grand Challenge. This competition has been organized by DARPA and collected together different universities from United States and not United States, all over the world. And they are competing in the desert. They have cars, again, no drivers, and they need to drive and navigate through the desert in autonomous mode. At this time, it's almost like 20 years ago, in 2004, that was the first competition. It seems impossible to drive in the car without human autonomously. But after this competition, people realized that it's real, we can do it, and it's possible to start the whole industry of autonomous and self-driving cars. And actually, this competition helped to start this industry, and many companies started after this competition. Another good example how competition helping to innovate is, of course, in racing it's Formula 1. And a really good example that's probably most of you know that in electric cars, when you braking, you accumulate energy, so you recuperate the energy from the braking, and then you can use this energy during the acceleration in the next like a couple of minutes. So you collect energy and then you spend energy while you're accelerating. So this technology was first introduced in Formula 1, and then it was adopted and used in usual cars. So that's how competition trigger innovation and help to push the boundaries and extend the boundaries and innovate. And let me share my experience how we participate in RoboRace, in self-driving competition, and what we are doing here. So of course, as any sport teams, our main goal, our main target is to win. So we would like to be the first team, we would like to win the championship. But also we are racing for a purpose. Our purpose here in RoboRace, as I said, it's first self-driving competition, so our purpose is to push the limits of self-driving technology. And also in RoboRace, I think that's really the best environment where we can understand the dynamics of the car, understand how to control the car on the limits of its handling, and to control the car and these limits. And I see that it's really good potential that we can move this technology from racing environment, where we safely test our car at high speeds, at high acceleration, and then move the technology to the public road. Of course, you don't need to drive at the limits of performance in public road like each day, every time, but there are some cases when you need to avoid obstacles, when you need to avoid accident, you need to understand the limits of your car. And that's actually affect safety of your car. And we believe that technologies that we are developing in RoboRace, it will help to improve the safety of daily cars. And it's a good analogy that you can imagine that if in some potential accident, you drive your car not as an average driver, but you drive your car as a professional racing driver, that's how much safer your car will be in this potential accident when you need to avoid some complex situation in the traffic or to avoid obstacles, to avoid the collision. In this case, we believe that self-driving technology need to act not as an average self-driving technology, but as a professional racing driver. And that we believe is a good case and good transfer of technology. Second point that I mentioned at the beginning, so is it like competition or collaboration? Is it like opposite thing? Like when we're competing, it means that we are not collaborating. And as I see in my experience, that actually competition is a part of collaboration. We have several teams in our competition in racing, and of course we are competing like in daily basis. But if we see from like helicopter view and in this process what we are doing here, that's actually we are collaborating, and each day we are moving and pushing forwards the limits of our understanding of self-driving and developing the self-driving technology. So in our case, competition is a type of collaboration. We look at other team, we look what they do with their technology, how they behave, how they develop their technology, and we borrow something, we notice something, we change something, and also other team doing the same. They looking at us, looking at our technology and our approaches, and also doing the same. And we cannot compete without collaborating in this case. And also another example, it's not only racing, it's not only our case that we are like competing and collaborating at the same time. Look at like research and technology. So there are many institute research groups working on their own and exploring the technology and innovating, but they cannot do this innovation by their own. They not like only one. They need to rely on the research results that was built by other teams, by other research groups. So you cannot innovate on alone. So even if you would like to be the first who create these innovations, who created this discovery, you cannot make it on your own. You need to rely on some results that made by other teams. So let me share like how it's happening in RoboRace and actually what is RoboRace is. There is some videos.
What does the future look like? I have an idea, but I can tell you exactly what it sounds like.
This is the official attempt.
Is it going to work?
We're about to find out.
We're not trying to outcool anyone.
We're trying to out-nerd everyone.
Okay, right. Block that link.
Metaverse is a mixed reality racing format where you can play with data and give the right to place objects to our audience. So it's not just another motorsport thing, it's motorsport 2.0.
This is either going to be a glimpse into the future
or a spectacular failure.
Either way, you're gonna want to watch.
So that's what happened in RoboRace right now. During the COVID time, we race our cars remotely. We just launch our software and operation team set up the car, set up the track, and race our car. And we didn't like even be on the track during the COVID time, but I hope that in the near future this limitation will be gone and we'll participate in a real. But also RoboRace is multidisciplinary thing. It combines, of course, it's car, it's like mechanical engineering, designing the car. It also combines self-driving technology, software, sensors, cameras, and also it's mixing another discipline is metaverse. Like it's creating digital object, digital metaverse, and in this metaverse you can interact with each other. So here's an example how metaverse look like. So that's another concept of collaborating. So actually, those virtual objects is planned to be placed by audience. So people who watch the race can place different objects on the track and can control the track. So it's also collaborating and competing. I mean, it's collaborating with teams and also collaborating with audience. Audience can participate and engage into the competition. And going to the third point that I mentioned about competing with yourself and failure as a part of your journey. So RoboRace set a world record, Guinness record of the fastest autonomous car in 2019 and achieved the top speed of 242 kilometers. But before the successful attempt, that's what happened.
So we are about to go in about 30 seconds to a minute. This is the official attempt. We're going to do VMAX at 280 kilometers an hour.
Failure is a part of your journey, so you cannot success without failure. I mean, most of the time, because if you don't fail in the meantime, probably you didn't try yourself at the limits of your performance, at the limit of your capability. And that's what RoboRace did. And actually, we had similar experience which I shared later. So, but coming back to the point of multidisciplinary approach to the whole competition, and when you deal with multidisciplinary thinking, you need to again collaborate. You cannot be an expert in everything and be the one expert in everything that's need to be in RoboRace. So for example, here it's a self-driving competition. We need to be expert in control, in perception, in imitating the car, in modeling the car, and understand the car dynamic at the limit of its performance. We need to be an expert in machine learning, in perception, working with cameras, sliders, etc. So it's too much to handle. So that's why we need to collaborate with others and find experts and build our knowledge, build our system on top of their knowledge. And that's why in such multidisciplinary competitions, really important and significantly important. And here, other participant, we have a lot of university teams here. It's Carnegie Mellon team from United States, MIT team. It's also Politecnico di Milano from University di Milano, University Pisa, Autonomous Racing Graz team from Graz University, and also two company team. It's Arrival team and also our team, Acronis Society Autonomous. Hopefully, we are holding first position in the championship right now, and hope that we are staying in this position. But anything can happen. And sharing the point that sometimes you need to compete with yourself, and sometimes failure is is a point when you cannot achieve a good result without failure. And that's actually what's happened at the very first race, in the robo race, when we started to participate. So that's our car, and that's our first race.
Robo Race is hoping to have, not just providing us with an entertaining sports watch, but also providing us with real world benefits. Oh no, and the start has not gone to plan for Team Ukraine.
Yeah, as I said, failure is a part of the journey, so you cannot avoid it. And you don't need to be fear of failures. You need to tackle it and just go forward. So as I said, it's a part of your journey and you need to deal with it. And just to highlight like all the points that I covered. So first of all, competition is a trigger for innovations. It's example of Formula 1, of DARPA Grand Challenge and other competition. Second point that I would like to highlight that competition is not opposite of collaboration. Competition is another type of collaboration, and underneath it's also like collaborating. And the last point that I mentioned is failure is a part of your journey, and you need to compete not only with others, you need to compete with yourself and then improve yourself. Thank you.
And now we would like to announce a lunch break for all the guests and the speakers. So all the guests, you can please go to the lobby and enjoy something tasty. And our dear speakers, please go to a specialized speaker VIP room. Thank you, and we're going to see you in about an hour. So, welcome back, everyone. And now we're continuing with the second block. And I'm more than excited to introduce our next TEDx speaker. Before joining Jacobs University as a professor, Professor Dr. Briggs has been working as a research scientist and lecturer in institutions such as the University of Bonn and the University of Düsseldorf, specializing in the fields of cytoskeleton and cell biology. Today, some of our fellow students may recognize her as the current Biochemistry and Cell Biology Study Program Chair. However, during her stay here at Jacobs University, Dr. Claudia Briggs has received many other distinguished honors, some of them being the member of the Management Committee for Germany and the chair of Gordon Research Conference Protein Processing, Trafficking and Secretion in 2018. Dr. Briggs is interested in researching cilia, proteases of the thyroid gland and the central nervous system, and plant-derived bioactive substances, among other topics. Please welcome on stage of TEDx Jacobs University, Professor Dr. Claudia Briggs.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you. It's wonderful to be here, and I'm really grateful for this opportunity to share some of our thoughts. So after this wonderful introduction, what is there to say? I'm a cell biologist. And since I'm a cell biologist, of course, I'm interpreting the theme of today, growth in collaboration, by looking at cells caught in the act. So let's have a first look at this tissue here. I will not, of course, talk about the cell biological details of the cells that you see here. I just want you to pay attention to the different colors. And hopefully you can appreciate that there are these red structures, which are roundish, oval-shaped structures. And these are in columnar cells. And the cells are actually making up a very nice community. So they're connecting with each other. They're in very close collaboration with each other. And they are forming what we call the intestine. The intestine is a tissue that has very important tasks. Amongst others, the intestine is essential to absorb nutrients. So after lunch, of course, that is a very clear task that you would consider as essential. You might also appreciate from this slide that there are some other cells below these columnar cells, which are more roundish. And these are actually cells of the immune system of the gut, for instance. So we have different cell types in this tissue. Let's have a look at another cell. Tissue, of course. And that tissue is the thyroid gland. The thyroid gland has a very important task because without it, you cannot live. 1/3 of the world's population is inflicted with thyroid disorders. And so the cells in this tissue here that you can appreciate from the nuclei, which are colored in blue, but also in violet at some times, these are forming also a nice collaborative arrangement which forms a sphere. And that spherical structure is there to produce thyroid hormones. The thyroid hormones are leaving then these follicle structures and enter the blood vessels. And you can see the blood vessels here by this reddish structure. So these are the cells that line the blood vessels, the so-called endothelial cells. And with the blood, the thyroid hormones are distributed to the body, and every cell of the human body depends on thyroid hormones. So it's a vital task that these cells have. The third example that I brought to you is from the central nervous system. Once again, we have stained here different cell types. In blue, you can see the neurons, the nerve cells. In red, you can see the star-like astrocytes. And in green, you see the microglia, which is the immune system of the brain. So obviously, the central nervous system has an essential task as well, and that is information processing. So receiving information, sending out information, processing of information. That is the main task of the central nervous system. So what can we learn? So all these cells that we had caught in the act, so caught in the tissue, shown in the tissue, these are different cell types which are very close with their neighbors, and they need to cooperate in order to perform their function. They're very challenging tasks, as I have explained, and only in collaboration they can really solve these challenging tasks, and they can actually provide the body with the respective function that they have. So what we learn is, if we want to answer questions that are important today, we need to collaborate. It is not sufficient to have only one discipline answering a question like, how can we cure cancer? Or how can we potentially find a treatment that is early working against COVID-19? How can we potentially deal with endocrine disruptors, which is a major threat for humankind? Inflammation and pathogens are of course all around, and after all, also aging is something that probably we would need to deal with. So in order to solve questions like how can I cure COVID-19, or how can I prevent in the first place the intrusion of the virus into the host cells, that requires different disciplines. It will not be enough to have a cell biologist working on it. It will not be enough to have a cell biologist cooperating with a biochemist, or with a molecular biologist, or with, let's say, a pathologist or a physiologist. We need all different disciplines that need to cooperate. And only then we can grow, in the sense only then we can solve these questions. And these are big questions of not only today, but also of the future generation. So, growth in collaboration then therefore depends on defining your research question. So it is really important to find out, what do you really want to work on? And for that, you need to listen to the outside world, you need to get input from all your friends, and you need to get input from everybody around you to define what is an important question. And one of the collaborative approaches I have been involved in the past was to bring together scientists from Germany to solve the simple question, what defines the healthy function of the thyroid gland for each and every individual? So what is it that defines this function? You would say, well, this is a trivial question. We just need a few people who are clinicians. We need some basic scientists and probably some translational scientists. But we have learned a lot along the way. And what we have learned is, as I said, listening. Listening is symbolized here by the cell, which is extending this greenish protrusion, and that we call a primary cilium. So this cilium is actually present on each and every of our cells, but mostly we don't pay attention. But our cells use the cilia to perceive signals, to listen to the outside world. And then they will send signals to the interior of the cell. These signals then will be processed, and there will be a reaction and a response by the cells. So similarly, scientists, no matter what scientists, will need to define their question. And they need to listen, and they need to come up with an answer or a potential approach to solve that question. So what it needs is more than just one scientist, as I said already. And I show you here these wonderful cells. Each individual cell is looking beautiful. And actually each one of them is basically representing what I call a perfect cell. It's a single cell that has mitochondria to produce energy, it has a nucleus to really govern us and govern the cell, and it has a cytoskeleton which keeps the cell stable. So all of these cells look beautiful, all of them look perfect. But if they stay alone and do not collaborate with anybody else, they will ultimately die. So when we build cooperation, we need to define, what is it that I can't do but potentially my friend can do? What is it what my collaboration partner can do for me or show me or teach me that I can't? And only then we will be able to really have a meaningful experimental approach. In addition to that, of course, we need to be willing to share data. And I can tell you that scientists are like many others, and probably everybody in this room, they are big egos. So they think, I'm the most important person of this world, okay, and I have my solution to the question. That's lovely. And they will also tell you, well, I have my way of doing the experiment, and I won't let anybody else know what my trick is. But that we have to overcome. So what I've learned in all the collaborative approaches that I had so far and that I had the honor to set up, that data sharing and information sharing is a very important task when we want to collaborate. Only then we can really find good answers. So, what does it need then? As these two cells here are looking at each other, it needs communication. So we definitely need to communicate not only with our colleagues from the life sciences, but we need to communicate with colleagues from all other disciplines. We need to communicate also with the population that is interested and that is potentially also funding our research. So we definitely need to communicate what we're doing in our research, and we need to listen for the feedback that we receive. So then, as this soccer ball-like structure might symbolize to you, we need also fair play. Fair play means, in the scientific sense and the experimental sense, that we need to stick to certain standards. And these standards are given and they are agreed upon within the scientific community. But it is important to follow specific rules and follow specific protocols in order then also to keep these standards and make the data that we produce meaningful, so that somebody else can also use the data that we produce and would feed it into their own experiment to answer their own experimental question. Finally, essential respect. So we need to respect others, and others need to respect us. As you can see the cells here stained in blue with their nuclei, we can clearly see that they are surrounding another cell which is in this greenish pattern, and it has like a flower-like bouquet of chromosomes. What the cells are surrounding there is a cell that is mitotic, a cell that is going to divide. But as you can see, they are not attacking the cell, but they are actually supporting it. So respect means that we are supporting our neighbors, that we are supporting our collaboration partners, and we can expect the same, I think, from our collaboration partners. So cooperation then finally brings about resilience. And the best picture I could bring you for that is the epidermis of the skin. This here is the outermost layers that covers all our body, and the outermost layers of the skin are renewing themselves every other day or so, meaning that we have so-called stem cells, and these stem cells are the ones that are denoted there with the white arrows. And you see these yellowish nuclei that are the stem cells. They will divide and bring about new cells, which then differentiate, take over their specific function, and then finally bring about the resilience and shield the organism, us, our body, from intruders, pathogens, you name it, and also prevent dehydration of the body, to name the most important functions. So cooperation is not only bringing about resilience, but also the results from cooperation need to be made accessible, and they need to be stored somewhere so that others can actually learn from it. And this is symbolized here by showing you cells of the hippocampus. And the hippocampus is actually a structure in our brain which actually, if you can say so, is important for the formation and the maintenance of memories. So hippocampus, where our memories go to make sense. So we also need to then put our data that we have received from the various experiments and put them in repositories so that others can use this data as well. And only then, once again, collaboration really makes sense and growth is possible. With having said all this, I would like to thank my about 350 collaborators or so. You cannot, of course, read the names, but you don't need to read the names. I think you only see these are many names. And what it means to say is that I have collaborated with people from all over the world. And it means to say that these were many people, and I was really honored that all of them shared with me their passion for science and their willingness to also share the methods, the data, and share experimental results. So let me conclude. So what I've been talking about from the life sciences perspective and any other perspective potentially, we need initiative to start a new collaboration. We need to define our research questions, so we need to take the initiative. We should not wait until anybody comes and asks us to collaborate with us. No, we should go out, reach out, and find new collaboration partners. Definitely, we need to be credible in this approach. That means that we can only suggest a collaboration and embark on a collaboration if this is authentic. So if we can really hold on the promises that we have given to our partners. In addition, we need to be very mindful with our partners, because partners are, of course, also affected by what we are doing in our research approaches or what we are disseminating in our publications, for instance. There must be engagement, that's very clear. Without engagement, you would not have any collaboration going. And definitely a very important point, transparency. I already said it before, we must be prepared to share data, we must be prepared to put this data somewhere in a repository that is accessible by everybody on this globe. Transparency is essential. And that is the answer to all the scientific questions that we might have. We must understand, of course, that there are different demands, that other people would solve the question differently, but definitely we need to involve in that. So there is motivation as well. And the motivation that I can give you, and hopefully I have also inspired you in some of you, is coming from these dancing cells. These cells are obviously having fun in cooperating, in being next to each other. These cells have been taken with a microscope and then arranged in this way. And you can see this is coming from a collaborative approach that I had with the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, a wonderful collaboration. So growth in collaboration for me means all of that, incrementum, and it means that I'm also looking forward to the collaboration that we're setting out now with the colleagues from SIT, and I'm sure that we will have a lot of fun with these collaborations. It will not be easy, of course, but I'm sure that we will also all grow from it. And I hope that the students who are here in this audience or listening online also now feel a little bit inspired to stay in the sciences. And I just wanted to mention that many students actually have worked in my research group and have actually been involved in these collaborations that I talked about. So these are bachelor students. You can see these are many. I counted them. These were 121 bachelor students who have worked or currently do work in my research laboratory. There were about a bit more than 3 dozens of master students, and it would be essential to have more master students, of course, and master programs to then guide the bachelor students from the bachelor's over the master's to a PhD. And with this then, I'd like to thank very much my collaboration partners, no matter what it was, whether these were undergraduate students or whether these were Nobel laureates, it doesn't matter. Collaboration, growth in collaboration is fun and should be fun. And it really will help us to bring us all together and to solve the big questions. And with this, I would like to thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward also to discussions we might have afterwards. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Briggs. And our next speaker is also a Jacobs alumna, Tanja Annabel Deisler. Tanja, after graduating from Jacobs, she committed her education at HALT, International Business School, and at MIT. In 2018, Tanja started her own fashion brand, Corner Office. Tanja's brand focuses on sustainable production within the European Union and nearshore, and it aims to be the one-stop shop for all things related to professional clothing for women. Corner Office doesn't only sell clothes. It was conceived from the desire to boost confidence and pride, build a community of inspiring females, and empower women at the workplace. So now let's give a warm welcome to Tanja Deisler.
Okay, picture this. You're 14 years old, standing in the schoolyard, you know, with your friend Becky, and you just came out of class and you got your grades for an exam, and Becky's standing there and she's saying something like, "Oh man, I got such a bad grade. Oh, I'm so stupid. The teacher's stupid. The exam is stupid." You know, and what do as a 14-year-old? Obviously, you're like, "No, Becky, I also got a really bad grade. even though you didn't, because you studied really hard for it. But nevertheless, you're like, yes, Becky, everything is stupid, and it's so stupid, everything's stupid. So what just happened? Well, you made yourself small so that somebody else could feel better. So that Becky could feel better about her grade. Instead, you could have also just asked the question, Becky, how does that make you feel? Why do you think you're not good at this? And maybe you want to get better at it? What do you think you have to do? Well, as a 14-year-old, you're probably going to get a response from Becky who's going to say, well, what are you, my mom? But I mean, you get the point. So instead of showing empathy by just comparing your situation, ask questions to understand more about her situation or that person's situation. So I grew up abroad. I was 7 years old, and then I moved to Britain, and then I moved a year to Spain, and then I spent 2 years in France. And then I came back to Germany, where I'm originally from, and and then I also skipped a class in German school. So on paper, I looked really smart, and I already spoke 4 languages fluently. I was 12 years old. And what I really perfected at that age was making myself feel small to fit in. And well, first of all, I thought I was too fat. I think most of us ladies can probably relate the pressure we had back then. And then I started a little picky eating phase. Then I thought I was trying too hard at school, so I stopped trying so hard, and then I graduated with a solid B+, to the horror of my parents. And then above all, I really tried to fit in and, be funny and all that. But it didn't really help me get any more birthday party invitations. So, it is what it is. And at the time, I was hanging around with a really negative person, right? So she'd always be like a little bit dramatic, but she would joke about it. And she'd be like, oh my God, I got such a bad grade. I'm going to throw myself off the staircase, into the depths. And it was getting so bad. I mean, this was, a joke back then, ha ha ha. But it was like really negative and negative and negative. And then in the end, I brought this home to my parents, and my parents were like, okay, they had to sit me down when this got a little bit out of hand. And they said, you know what, you should really stop hanging out with this person. It's just like too negative for you. And I thought, wow, I have never actually listened to my parents ever, except for this one time. And then I went to my friend and I said, listen, you know what, I don't think we should hang out anymore. And there it was. That was the first time that I broke up a friendship, and I felt empowered. I left school and I came to Jakobsuniversity, and it was like a reset button. Everyone here is motivated, everybody wants to do things, everybody, has big dreams. And, well, not everybody except for my ex-boyfriend. So, he was like the knight in shining armor, and I was the princess, So, obviously, the knight in shining armor came, and the princess said, oh, well, hello. Let's be boyfriend and girlfriend. And then, I don't want to talk smack about my ex-boyfriend, but let's just skip to the part where, I break up with him. And, and then at that point, I made a decision. And I was like, next time, I'm going to have a boyfriend, because in the end, you spend a lot of time with your boyfriend. Next time, I'm going to pick that boyfriend. And I'm not going to wait until the night comes and rescues me. I'm going to pick it, even if I have to work for it. So it's empowerment. I'm able to create my own reality. And that was that. And then, upon leaving university, I went into management consulting, and, not all your colleagues can become your friends, but some do and some don't. And, you meet new people, and then some of them becomes friends for life. Others don't. For example, I had this one colleague, and she was so attention seeking, and she really wanted everybody's attention, also mine. I don't know why, but it got so far that she actually started hitting on my boyfriend. And then I was like, you know what? Okay, like, you keep talking about yourself all the time. It's just about you, which is fine. It's okay. It's your show. But that went a little bit too far. So then I was I went up to her and I was like, you know what, I don't think we should be friends anymore. And yeah, and I mean, you know, obviously what goes around comes around. So I have also had people who told me, listen, I don't like your vibe. But that's you know, that's all part of life. You are the average of the 7 people you surround yourself with. I chose this topic for today's speech because I want to talk about personal development, growth in collaboration via your friends. There's a lot of theories around friendship, and the law of averages originally comes from the motivational speaker Jim Rohn. And there's another theory by Ty Lopez, and he says it's a 33% rule. So 1/3 of your spare time you spend with people who you admire, who are above you. And then 1/3 of the time you spend with people who are your peers. And 1/3 of your time you spend giving back to the community. And then there's also another theory I really liked from Stacey Flowers, and she says you need 5 people to be happy. You need a cheerleader, you need a mentor, you need a coach, you need a peer, and you need a friend. And now, what all these theories have in common is that the people who you surround yourself influence you, whether you like it or not. You are the average of the 7 people you surround yourself with. And that is really what defines me as a person and my success today. And I'm really lucky to have found people who have such diversified personalities that they don't only cover one area, but they cover many areas. So I have a group of friends of my girlfriends, and you know, they inspire me, I learn from them, and they challenge my ideas. You know, I even chit-chat with one of my friends. I was talking to her about statistical methods for hours this one time when we were on vacation. And obviously, you know, all my friends, you can have a great night out with them. You always need that. And growth comes with age, right? Where you are right now, set a vision for yourself. Who do you want to be? Do you want to be charismatic? Do you want to be successful? Do you want to be charming, powerful? Do you want to be loving? I used to be an R when I met people. And I remember I was just starting here at Jacobs, and then I met this one girl, and she just would not gossip. And I was so into gossiping back then, and I would like gossip. And then she just wouldn't. And I was like, oh, that is really cool. That's a really cool character trait. I want to be more like that. And then I stopped gossiping. I mean, well, not entirely, because, you know, it is fun, though. But, you know, so I met people, they became my friends, I saw characteristics in them that I liked, and then you know, that's how you motivate each other, that's how you inspire each other to become the best version of yourself. And I believe that friends are, first of all, there to change something, to remind you to change something about you when they see you are unhappy. And this was a couple of years back, and you know, I was having a little bit of a misunderstanding with my boss, and then I kept sending these voice messages to my girlfriend's group, and I was like, oh, you don't believe it, oh my god, like today he did this, and then he did that, and oh, this is so annoying, and you know, and my friends were like, they listened to this for a while, and they said, girl, you need to change something about your current situation, because we cannot bear it anymore. You're complaining the whole time. Yeah, change something about it, or just like stop complaining, please. And I was like, yeah, you're right. And then I quit. I quit my job. And it was the best thing I ever did. And 2, friends are there to remind you how far you've come. And I was, you know, my friend, she was dropping me off. I don't know, we just had coffee, and then she was dropping me off at home. And I was like, you know what, I feel like I'm running. I'm seeing all these people in front of me, you know, and on LinkedIn and on, you know, social media, and you compare yourself to everybody, you know, you're always like, oh, you know, how am I going to make Forbes 30 under 30 if I'm already 32, right? And then I was telling her, look, and she was like, okay, but have you ever considered just stopping and looking back, and then just looking at how far you've actually come? And then she reminded me that life is not a race, but it's a journey. And so I was like, you're really right. And that's what friends are for. They are there to celebrate your small successes and your big successes, and they're there to, you know, have tea with you and like just enjoy the view and just look at everything that you've done so far and to remind you, you know, you're great. And the third thing is, friends are there to believe in you and to believe in you more than you actually believe in yourself. And this was, I think, 2 weeks ago. You know, I was like chatting with a friend, and she was like, yeah, Esther, what's up? Are you CEO yet? And I'm like, wait, what? What did you just say? You just asked me if I'm a CEO yet? She was like, yeah. And I was like, wait, but you think I could be a CEO? She was like, yeah. Why? Why are you doubting yourself? And I was like, you know what? Yeah, I could be a CEO. Yeah, why not? And there we go. I mean, it's a future plan for me to be a CEO, but it's a possibility because your friends, well, my friends in this case, believe more in me than I actually believe in myself. And if it's one thing I want to leave you guys with today, it is that you only have one life on this earth, so just make it worth your while. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now I'm honored to announce our next speaker. He tries to divide his time between a day job of a head teacher at a comprehensive primary and secondary school in Hamburg and his research in the history of education. Dr. Nico Gärtner is a history teacher and a historian. Having graduated from the doctoral school at the Institute of Education, University of London, Dr. Gärtner continues to take a keen interest in German-British cross-cultural research. Today, Nico is here and he is ready to share his idea. Please welcome on stage of TEDxJacobsUniversity, Dr. Nico Gärtner.
I never followed a motivational speaker, and I really don't know how to. Collaboration, growth and collaboration. We heard so much already. We heard about the people you need to collaborate privately, professionally, the institution you need to nourish and support you, the frameworks that guide you. I would like to add the following. You also need to regard history. My theme, as always, is disregard history at your own peril. Because there are historical elements to any of the collaboration you attempt, and if you fail at your collaborations, there will be a teeny or large bit of an explanation that is founded in where your collaboration efforts root into. And so I'm going to talk about failure of collaboration. I'm going to talk about school teachers. Because I usually talk about school teachers because talk about what you know. And I know teachers, but do feel free to translate what I'm saying into the professions that you are into. Some of it applies, and if not, hey, you might learn something about school teachers and their history. I'm going to compare German teachers and English teachers, because I don't know enough about French teachers. But I think the small sample will provide enough evidence of my main point, which is that the teaching professions need growth in collaborations. They're not having it. They should work across the countries and continents, profit from each other's professional traditions and practice. And my argument is that the reason they don't is rooted in history. Guys, stop doing that. Okay, I'm getting messages on my prompter here. Stay on the red carpet. You guys. Button your fly. So, where was I? Now I'm off. All right. So teachers, history, English teachers, German teachers. I would argue that the problem in growth and collaboration in the teaching profession has to do with the fact that teachers do the same job everywhere and still think that they do a very unique, special, individual job wherever they are. And I think that this misconception is an obstacle to growth and development and has historical roots. So let's start with this. Let's start with the strange fact that in England state schools are called public schools. Why are state schools in England called public schools? Well, because when they were established, and you know we're talking about the grand schools like Winchester and Eton and Harrow, when they were established, there was no state provision of education. There was no state provision of schooling. Of course, there wasn't. We're talking about, early modern times. And so the only alternative for schooling was private tutoring. Private tutors would be hired by the estates, by the families of the gentry and the nobility to tutor their particular children. When public schools were established, the public thing about them was not the funding, but the fact that anyone could join if they were willing to pay for it. Thus, in England, public schools would be the alternative to hiring a guy or a lady who would come from, who would do private tutoring. Private tutoring would be done by the fourth or fifth son of the family, someone who has no prospects and by himself is born into a rich, wealthy and traditional family, but is hard-strapped for cash and needs to get a tutoring job too. Yeah, you had tutoring jobs, you know how that works. So private tutoring in public schools. Now, of course, public schools, which are the private schools, compete with the state schools. But state schools in England only came relatively late. Actually, they came drastically late compared to the whole of the European continent. England was quite happy not to have state-funded and state-organized education for the big unwashed. They were quite happy providing private education for the elite, for the privileged of their country, who after all would run the country and the empire. And all the manpower that was needed to fuel the Industrial Revolution, if they can read a bit of the Bible, they'll be fine. Thus, they've been overtaken by developments on the continent, and we're fine with it. State-provisioned, centrally organized, state-funded schooling only arrives in England at the beginning of the 20th century. A good 200 years after it arrived in Prussia, but we come back to that later. I want to talk about the hard-strapped up for cash young men and women of the families who have to get the private tutoring jobs. Because they signify, still do, the professional identity of English teachers. It is widely regarded as a profession of failure. Teaching is what you do, at least in schools. Teaching is what you do if you failed at your real thing. Want to become an Olympic athlete? Fail. Become a PE teacher. Write the big novel, the great novel for the 21st century? Fail. Become an English teacher. Aim for the Nobel laureate in physics? Fail. Become a physics teacher. There's a saying that embodies this. There's the proverbial, if you can, do, if you can't, teach. And that still signifies the professional identity of English teachers, because it derives historically from teaching is what we have to do if everything else failed. Now look at Prussia. In Prussia, at the beginning of the 19th century, there are schools, they are run by charities or churches or families, and the newly emboldened and expanding Prussian state grabs the monopoly on education and established a state-financed, state-organized system of schooling. And they put a lot of resources into it. They still do. Teachers in Germany are civil servants. They have tenure. They are set for life. Being a teacher in Germany there's a very different proverb for those. The proverb there is, Lehrer haben morgens Recht und nachmittags frei. That is the proverbial attitude of German teachers, yeah? Very, very assertive in the morning and off in the afternoon. There is, of course, in this tradition, in this 200-year tradition of the teaching profession in Germany, it will reflect on the self-confidence of teachers as professionals. Already in 1810, the state of Prussia established an academic exam that you have to pass to be a teacher. You can't be without, at least at gymnasium level. You can't be a teacher without it. That arrives in England in the 1970s. In the 1970s. There's an academic exam, there's a route into teaching, teachers are trained at universities, they are on par with lawyers and doctors. They are a traditional profession in Germany. In England, they are on par with nurses and policemen. Jobs with an easy threshold and very limited pay grades. And thus, the German teaching profession, even though it does really do pretty much the same as English teachers do, has a very different professional understanding of what it is it does. It is a confidence, it is a proud profession that is hard to regulate, hard to lead, hard to influence, and that is a good thing and a bad thing. English teachers could profit from a bit of that, and vice versa. There is, for example, they could learn, for example, collaboration would be useless, for example, in the service mentality of teachers. English teachers have too much of it. They are very devoted to parental opinions, to parental demands, to board of governors, to their headships. Yeah, they are easily intimidated by target setting and expected grades and pass rates and so on. And maybe they should lose a bit of that because it demeans them as professionals. German teachers, on the other hand, could be a bit more service-orientated on the whole, because they are really not. German teachers teach what they do, irrespective of what head teachers or parents or anyone wants from them. They could have more service sector mentality. I'm saying some middle ground is what we aim for here. On the other hand, what English teachers could get from German teachers is professional autonomy and standing. This, do you remember this morgens recht, nachmittags frei? This Nachmittagsfrei also means that teachers have the time and capacity to be pillars of the community in Germany. They run the church choirs, they are the backbone of charitable institution, they are the laypersons in the judicial system. Teachers are everywhere doing stuff for the community because they don't have to worry about their job or their pay or their job security or anything. Thus they have free time and free mind on their hand to do things for the community. And a bit of this safety net would be well appreciated amongst English teachers who have to struggle for their pay and have to struggle for their job security, live in a hire and fire mentality based on their success and the success of their schools. And it would be lovely if collaboration would lead to more security there. Or, a third and last thing, English teachers are subject to performance management all the time. German teachers are really not. Not at all. If you're a bad teacher or a good teacher, once you are a teacher, you are a teacher. There's nothing anyone can do about it. I personally think that is wrong. I think there should be some performance management on German teachers. There should be some monitoring, some quality management that, you know, is something that the English system does very well, too well. So collaboration, and that is my point, would lead to some middle ground. This is my anticipation anyway. Collaboration or more collaboration would lead to some middle ground between two professional extremes that are insufficient and unsatisfying on their own. But coming back to the point why I think there is so little of that collaboration is that teachers across the channel and across Europe really don't think they're doing the same job, even though they do. And that I find strange and baffling and quite risky for institutions that are committed to learning and are supposed to do the best for their students and are missing opportunities here because they refuse, you know, to grow through collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we're going to have a very quick 10-minute break before our last third block. And in the last block, you're going to hear from Lara Obst, from Cornell, Amarai, and from Alexandra Sophie. So we're going to see you here in 10 minutes. Or you can stay here for this 10 minutes. Thank you. Okay, thank you for your patience. And now our next speaker is Alexandra Sophie, a renowned French fashion and fine art photographer based in Paris, appearing on Forbes 30 Under 30 Europe in 2018. Considered unfit for traditional education due to her autism, she quit school in middle school and quickly discovered photography. Her work is described as colorful and feminine, often entwining humans with nature. Her powerful and award-winning photographic work narrates stories on being human being in the environmental context and explores human identity. At the age of 22, Alexandra's regular collaborations and covers include high fashion corporations such as Vogue, Harper's Bazaar UK, Chanel, Dior, Swarovski, Prada, among many others. And we are happy to have Alexandra Sophie here today, so please welcome her on stage of TEDx Jacobs University 2022.
Hello, so thanks for having me. As she could explain, it's not easy for me to be on stage because I find that humans, we collaborate from birth or even before, but me, it's like I was born and lacking that special option. I didn't get any social skills with me. But so it was so bad that it led me to stop school at 13. And from then, I was alone entirely at home while my parents were at work, my sisters at school, so I really grew away from any collaboration. So it wasn't long until I picked up my first camera, and then from then my life entirely changed, and now I'm full-time collaborating because even though I'm freelance, freelance is really collaborating full-time. So when I was alone as a teen with my camera, I tried self-portraitures and it didn't go so well, so I was forced to go beyond that, and I used my little sisters, like these are some pictures that I took when I was a teen with my sisters, and they were so brave because they just follow me in any kind of weird adventures, and they were so innocent and naive maybe, but it was just the sake of art. So really driven by this passion, and like I really wanted to keep on going forever, and it really pushed me to get in touch with other teenagers my age. So it was really the worst kind of people, according to teen Alexandra, teenage girls. I hate them. But they accepted to follow me, and it was like some first form of human contact for me. And soon, they were posting the pictures as profile pictures on the Facebook. There was not even Instagram at the time. And then their friends starting to see this, and they also wanted their photos. So it's them who came after me to collaborate. So since then, I've come a long way. Like I came to Bremen to tell all of you about collaborating is great. Even if it doesn't mean that collaborating is easy. So, as I said, as a freelancer, freelancing is collaborating full-time, so with clients, and sometimes it's hard because they have their own very specific needs. So we need to, there are rules, simply, we need to see this clothes in that way, and it can be really upsetting when we as artists have the artistic vision and we don't care so much if we see the product or not. But it's fascinating to be working on set with sometimes 30 or more people, and each of them is like a master at their craft. These are like the top makeup artists, the top hairstylists, and their assistants and their assistants. So yeah, I wanted to show a little pictures backstage, but it's well, we don't see many people on it because there's more people who are inside the studio, ironing the clothing. So I will show after these pictures that are taken in nature and they look all natural, but in fact behind it it's like a big collaborating process. Sorry. So it's really inspiring because each person on set is really sharing what they are passionate about, and it's really driving the shooting. So I don't want to only talk about freelancers and artists, because I know it's like that in many subjects. For example, I can imagine journalists who want to write about a subject, but the editor they work with has another idea, or sponsors who want to talk about really something else. Even when I work on set for fashion like this, there's deals for magazines to show this brand and not another. So nothing is so free. So this is the pictures taken from the previous slide. And as you can see, in fact, I just realized when making this slide that the picture on the right is pretty much the same I did with my sister when I was a teen. I'll show it again. Like, I just painted flowers on her leg, and then I did it again for Vogue Japan. But I didn't realize, well, so much more better. So I also wanted to say that, yeah, collaborating is cool and all that, but it's also very challenging, not only for strange people like me, but because there's always some people who have stronger personalities who will take over, and who they will want to their opinion to make the final cut. You know, they will want to win over everyone. So I think it's very challenging for our egos, and me too, I'm very guilty of that too. So in fact, when we are on set like this, and it's hard to concentrate and to remember what we are here for, what we want to show. And sometimes you might not even realize that you want to push it your way, because you are really confident that your idea is the best. So you should really step back and learn to let go. So this is another set that included a lot of people, and this one might be more obvious. As we can see, there's like a big decor, and this it's set designers who prepare the set days in advance. And this was actually in the near the castle of Versailles, and it was in giant greenhouses full of plants, but really full-size trees in pots. And they arranged a full decor like this. So in the end, when we work for magazines like this, there is more space for freedom and for what we want to do. But when we work with clients, as in any other job, it's always them who have the irrevocable decision. So even if collaborating can be frustrating and upsetting at times, especially when when our work is ourselves, I think it's really we learn a lot by collaborating. Like, even when I work with clients, and of course it's much better paid job than for a magazine, so I'm really happy. But even if they ask me to do strange things, or sometimes it makes me wonder, why did they hire me? It's not at all my style. But I'm happy because I learn new stuff, and first it also teaches you to be so much more efficient. You have to produce so many pictures in little time. And what's important is also not to yeah, you have to really concentrate on what you want to put in the images, and not listen too much to the little voices who try to take over, but at the same time it's like a tight balance. I hope I'm not forgetting to say something. In fact, my first book is being published in a couple of days, and I've been working on it for many years. So in the beginning, I wanted to do it all by myself. I wanted to self-publish it because I thought it's going to be the best like that, because I know everything and I will make it perfect. So I was really making it for years, working on it, and it was really a daunting task. And somehow I got this opportunity to have a publisher, and they really kept repeating that they know that of course it needs, the style of the book needs to fit the pictures for it to be the best and to be the whole style package. So even if they had their in-house designer and editor, I decided to go like that. And I'm really happy I did it, and I let go of my own ego and my own ego. I was so sure that it would be much better when I did it myself. So, for example, they changed the book cover. Well, they really pushed me to change the cover. And in fact, I must agree, it's so much better like that. I thought it was too romantic, so I myself came with an idea to add like a metallic foil, because I was really afraid, that it would be too romantic. This is the word that I don't like so much. So in the end, by collaborating on the book, which was really something I worked on for many years, and including my work for like 10 years or more, I don't feel like I've let go, and I felt that collaborating, it definitely lifted it up, the result of the book. So I think having professionals work on things like choosing the paper and else, it also made me realize outsourcing is also very important, because our days are not infinite, or stress amount that we can take is not infinite. We just can't do everything. So in order to concentrate on what we want to show, for example, me as a photographer, to concentrate on the photos I want to take, on the message I want to spread, or what I'm excited about, I just have to let go, and it's nice. It gives good results. So outsourcing in general, it really permits you to find what truly matters and find your own voice and spread it. For example, on my way to Bremen, I was retouching. It was a very long car journey, but full time I was retouching pictures for a client. The deadlines are always crazy. I needed to send it at midnight. And I thought next time I will also outsource retouching. So thank you. That's my little thing about collaboration.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to introduce our next speaker. She is a co-founder and Chief of Sustainability Officer of the Climate Choice. And her name is Lara Obst. The Climate Choice is a climate data-driven platform for decarbonizing companies and their supply chains. The platform makes climate data visible and thus enables transparent and improved cooperation along the supply chain. Lara is responsible for operations, sustainability, as well as communication. In recent years, she has gained extensive experience in the climate tech industry as a co-founder of Movea, modular wind turbines, venture developer of an Internet of Things data platform, and corporate accelerator manager at Climate KIC. And today, Lara has made her way to Bremen, and she's here at Jacobs University, ready to give her speech. So let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello. As you heard, my name is Lara Obst, and I'm super honored to be here today. And actually, I never thought that companies can become a climate champion. I always thought they are the problem. But things have changed, and today I work as founder of the Climate Choice together with many decision makers who go all in and want to make a difference. So with the Climate Choice, we follow the mission to empower every single company to become a climate champion and reduce emissions. Today, I'm excited to tell you how this change happened, and especially why companies are leading the fastest transformation ever happening in history, the climate transformation. So, first of all, I have a question for you. When was the moment you realized climate transformation is the challenge of the 21st century? Maybe it was somewhere during the last years when millions of young people went on the street to demonstrate for a regenerative future. Actually, the last one just happened yesterday. For me, this moment was in 2014, when I had the chance to study the IPCC report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, together with Professor Dr. Edmar Udenhofer, the nowadays co-director of the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact. Back then was the first time I really looked into the data, into the science behind the climate crisis. And I couldn't believe what I was reading. So basically the results showed that all the negative effects we saw from climate change so far to the end of the century will most likely already happen in the middle of the century. As many of you, I knew that the planet was in a bad state. But I had no idea that we were rushing in such a fast pace in our self-made climate disaster. So I was shocked, because for my personal life, this means when I'm not even 40, we will have reached 1.5 degrees global warming. And when I'm celebrating my 60th birthday, we will live in a world of 2 degrees global warming with all the negative effects involved. So back then, I decided to take my personal career to transfer this knowledge from science into the business world. This was 8 years ago. I'm 33 years old now, and not much has changed. Or at least this is how it feels like, because emissions are rising globally. But this is not where the story ends. So there are good news too. Climate scientists did not only show us the next Armageddon without providing any tools to mitigate or adaptate to this climate crisis. Actually, instead, they went deep into research to show us the most meaningful measures and actions we have to take to turn this climate crisis into a successful climate transformation. So this is what they got for us. First of all, we have to manage climate-relevant data. And by that, I do not only mean CO2 data, but comprehensive data points that allow us to understand where we stand and especially where companies stand. And second of all, we have to make these data points publicly available so that we can request improvements and track them over time. And third, we need to take a wide variety of climate actions to actually implement solutions that we already know. They are proven, available, and at our fingertips. They range from renewable energy to alternative transport systems and to circular business processes. So, does that sound for you like the solution? Maybe not really. because we aim for a quick silver bullet that is solving all the issues related to climate change at once. And instead, we get these steps that sound more like work and not really like a concrete action point. So, what is it that we get out of them? Well, if we break down global emissions, we see that most of them actually come from industries, and more precisely, from companies producing products and services. And that is actually the beauty of it, because every single production process runs on actions, systems, and decisions that we have been taking. So we can take new climate-relevant decisions and turn them into climate actions. So how does it look in practice? In practice, this means that the shocking results of the IPCC report didn't have only on me a huge effect, but also on the global climate community. They met 1 year later in Paris and agreed to limit global warming well below 2 degrees, which means we have to cut about 50% emissions until 2030 compared to 1919, which is already in the next 8 years. And therefore, companies worldwide have been pledging climate targets, taking not only responsibility for their own CO2 reduction, but also the one of their supply chains, because this is actually where most of their emissions, up to 90%, typically come from. So this brings decision makers and companies nowadays into the position of facing the challenge how to work together with their business partners and take actions to really reduce emissions in their own company and along the supply chain. And this is where finally the scientific results pay in. Because governments all around the world were searching for solutions how to really support companies in their decarbonization journey. And they ended up using the scientific results to give companies a guidance in their transformation journey. So, as a result of the Paris Agreement, we now, a few years later, have new climate regulations coming up, such as the EU taxonomy, TCFD, CSRD. And they all work as actionable frameworks for companies to really go into action mode. And what they all have in common is that they ask companies to manage so-called climate-relevant ESG data. So again, not only CO2 data, but data that is allowing to understand the environmental, social, and governmental impacts, risks, and chances of companies regarding to climate change. So why am I excited about that, and why are these frameworks literally a game changer? So, first of all, we have, for the first time, international guidelines how companies need to manage their climate maturity and go into action. And second of all, we have externally full transparency about the climate maturity and actions of companies and their supply chains. And we can see it in transparent so-called climate scores. So, having these guidelines at hand, companies can now really become the change agents of this climate transformation happening. They can take the once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a climate champion and really create value for people, planet, and profit. Sounds maybe too good to be true, but honestly, we are right now in the beginning of this climate transformation happening. It's not longer a matter of if, it's a matter of how. So we need no bullshit, and especially no greenwashing. And what does it need for it, so that these guidelines are not only words on paper? Well, normally towards the end of a TED Talk, one would say how we can use the data to manage it and how we can use transparency to really go into action mode and leverage the whole change by pressure from the outside world, from governments and customers. That's usually, with climate transformation, it works different. Because, in my understanding, we are far beyond the point where we can leverage change at the scale we need it just by fear and pressure. We actually need to work together, and we cannot ignore science. So there's no black and white. There's no good side for the climate activists and bad side for the companies. We are literally all in it together. There's no planet B. And looking into science, there's still a chance. We still have the chance for a 1.5 degree scenario. But this chance is drastically decreasing, and we have to work together to implement it. So we are talking about nothing less than a climate revolution in a minimum of time, which needs actions that we have never seen before, and all of us working together to transform business the way we know it until latest 2050. So that brings me back to you and me and all of our climate aha moments. Because the shared global climate aha moment of the business world is happening right now. And we cannot leave the job to our private life, to demonstrations or boycotting single companies, which is for sure a really great thing to do. But we need to take way more actions. We need to do a million things, taking climate relevant decisions, implementing solutions, and working all together. So we are all part of it, as employees, employers, or decision makers. And we can all transfer this scientific knowledge into the business world. So what you can do for it is become a climate champion in your own organization, business network, or company. You can use climate relevant data to measure the climate maturity of your company and go into action mode. And you can make these data points in the climate maturity of your company publicly available and track your improvement over time. And third, most importantly, we can become aware of our own responsibility and taking climate actions due to decision making. So we need to take an intention to take climate relevant decisions on a daily basis, turning every business decision into a climate decision for reducing emissions. And these decisions do not have to be complicated, because in fact, we know in which areas we have to take action. The climate solution can be clustered in these 9 areas, and they start with changing the energy provider or using alternative transport systems for employees and logistics, and they end with working together with business partners that are also reporting their climate maturity and making it publicly available. So that all sounds like a lot of work, and especially it involves us. But as a result, we can create the regenerative future we want to live in, and an economy that actually takes actions. An economy where companies are on the good side, the side we never saw companies on. And together, we can build up a climate community of businesses that is supporting each other to cut emissions. And we can become the climate champion in our company to cut emissions by 50% in the next 8 years. So we don't have to wait for that anymore, because we take about 20,000 decisions every day, and 98% of them happen unconsciously. So we can now make it a habit to be aware of our personal climate aha moment and turn every single decision into a climate decision. So thank you so much for driving the climate transformation in your company as a climate champion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lara. And now I'm honored to announce that we're moving to our last speaker for today. And he is also a former student of Jacobs University. He is an investor, author, entrepreneur, founder of Lumen, a startup that creates glasses that empower the blind to live a better life. All of this is about Cornel Amarie. Cornel was born in a family where both of his parents have locomotive disabilities, but rather than limiting him, these modest and different beginnings fueled his curiosity and transformed him into an innovator and entrepreneur. For his work, Cornel became the first Romanian to be nominated for Forbes 30 Under 30 Europe, the first Romanian to receive the 10 Outstanding Young Persons of the World Award, among many other prestigious awards. And today, Cornel is going to give a TEDx talk here at TEDx Jacobs University. Welcome.
It's good to be back. And it's also good to not forget to take the pointer with you, right? The clicker. Can I have the clicker? Come on, I can have the clicker. Thank you. This started out well. Anyone remembers where's the clicker? Perfect. Thank you. Good to be back. And it's good to be actually back in this room. Why? 10 years ago I was in this room, having my final exams and failing. Raise your hand if you ever failed a class. Raise your hand if you ever failed 2 classes. Keep your hand up if you ever failed 5 classes. Well, I have a few people. I mean, you're the first people I know who actually failed 5 classes, but it's true. I'm a very bad influence for other students. I failed 5 classes in this university. Actually, I think more than 5 classes. And actually, failure was kind of part of my life and still is. But let me give you a bit more details about my life. I was born in a family where both of my parents and my sister have disabilities. Both of my parents have locomotive disabilities, and my sister has mental disabilities. This meant that in my family, I was the only person without a disability. Growing up in such an environment, for sure, it had a big impact on me. I couldn't do the same things that most probably some of you did with their parents. But at the same time, it made me incredibly curious. Why can't I do the same things? Why do I live in a house which is so different? It was adjusted for my parents. Why don't I have the same experiences that my colleagues are having with their parents? And at the same time, of course, there were some very limited means. But this curiosity was very important because by curiosity, I began reading at a very early age. By curiosity, I began programming at a very early age. And it continued until I discovered how much I enjoyed building things, all starting from this curiosity. In high school, I built my first 2 companies. From the second company is actually where I had the money to spend my time here at Jacobs. And then, when I was 18, I put everything I owned basically in a 23-kilogram bag and jumped over a plane here to Bremen. Here's where I learned a lot of things during my university years. For example, here's where I learned that creativity and innovation, they don't come from what you do every day. You know, academic life and professional life, they teach you to be very good at one thing, to become an expert, to really excel at what you do. But innovation and creativity, they come from something from here, put for the first time together. But if each day you're doing the same thing, you will never be able to see what's to the left and to the right. And I discovered this here when I met people from over 100 countries. When I was taking those transdisciplinary courses, I have no clue how they're called now. And I actually discovered that for most of the work which I had related to innovations, and I held quite a few dozen patents, none of them come from my background as an electrical engineer and as a computer scientist. They all come from different things. They all come from the conversations I have here. They come from that transdisciplinary course during winter break. They come from my passions for music and other things. None of them come from my expertise or for the things which I do every day. This is me 10 years ago here at Jacobs, a proud new student. I finished, I think 2015 is when I finished this place, and I learned a tremendous amount of things. Moving forwards, after I finished in Jacobs, I went to the corporate world, where I soon became in what was called a head of innovation position in one of the largest automotive companies in the world. An immense level of things I had the opportunity to fail at, learn from, and develop. But that's for another topic. But what I did after, roughly 2 years ago, I think it's a bit more important. But to tell you about it, I think I actually need a bit of help from you. Let's do a small exercise. If you're sitting, stop sitting. Raise up. Come on, everybody has to stand up. Everybody has to stand up, thank you. If you wear glasses, take them off, put them on your chair. And now everyone, raise your left hand. The other left. Perfectly, everyone left hand up. And now with your left hand, I want you to perfectly cover your eyes. You have to perfectly cover your eyes. No one is allowed to see except myself. I'm taking photos. Perfect. And now, try shaking hands with the person next to you. Without looking, you're not allowed to look. Come on, you can do this. Try. You can do this. If you succeeded, you're allowed to watch. Okay, you can do it, perfect. Now, before sitting back, before sitting on your chairs again, please take your glasses first, and then you're invited to sit again. Glasses first, remember that one. Now, as amusing as that seems, it's an unfortunate reality to 40 million people in the world which are blind. So right now you have 40 million blind people in the world, and that number is increasing to over 100 million by 2050. And if you look at what solutions exist for them, there are not really that many. Specifically, when we're discussing about the mobility of the blind, you only have 2 solutions, and they're thousands of years old. The white cane and the guide dog. Now, the guide dog, by its features, is unanimously seen as a great solution, but it has a few drawbacks. To train a single guide dog can reach up to $60,000. But to take care of a guide dog is way too much responsibility for a blind person. Because of this, at 40 million blind people in the world, you only have 28,000 guide dogs. Simply put, the most useful mobility solution is not a scalable solution. And with this problem in mind, we say, hey, I think that if we use technology to replicate the main features of a guide dog and then some, but without the drawbacks that make it non-scalable, we can actually bring some impact for people with visual disabilities. And this is what we do at Lumen. Lumen is a company which is still not 2 years old. It's one of the largest startups in Romania at this point. And what we do is to build these glasses, we call them glasses, they're actually a headset, which use the latest in autonomous driving, robotics, and artificial intelligence to offer the same feedback and the same features as a guide dog, and then even some more, without the drawbacks that it has. And for the first time, we're able and we're getting close to releasing a product that can change a paradigm that is thousands of years old. Lumen is a great, great company which is growing right now. And I actually wanted to discuss a bit about the things which I learned in Lumen and about the people behind. This is Ciprian. Ciprian, Professor Dr. Ciprian, but Ciprian for short. He's an industrial designer. Roughly a year and a half ago, we were working on this thing. I didn't even meet him back then. And some of my colleagues said, hey, we do great with technology. We build this thing, and most probably we're going to be able to ship it at some point. But we have no clue about how to actually design the product to be manufacturable. We have no clue how to make it be ergonomic. We had no clue how to make this thing actually be a product which you can sell. But one of my friends told me, hey, I think I know a guy. And I called Ciprian. And he told me, I tell him, hey, this is what we do. Can you help? We don't really have much money, but can you? And he said yes. And in the following week, he made 70 hand-drawn sketches of how this product might actually look. And they were horrible. They were absolutely horrible. They had nothing to do with visual impairment. I mean, they looked cool, but they had nothing to do with the challenges we were facing. It was clear that none of them were useful for an assistive technology for the blind. And I told him this. He didn't really enjoy it. But in like 10 minutes I said, hey, let's do something else. For the following week, 4 hours each day, you're going to be blindfolded. And then for the other 4 hours, in each 8-hour working day, you are going to stay together with blind people to learn from them, to try to see what problems they're facing, to help them and to be helped by them. And Ciprian does that. The following weekend, he draws 70 more sketches. And they were marvelous. Out of those 70, we selected 8. We voted upon 8 sketches. Those 8 we actually prototyped using things such as 3D printing, etc. And we gave them to blind individuals to fill them, to see how they suited, to see how they felt, etc. And 1 was selected. That 1 model, we already iterated almost 50 times. But when we were like iteration 3 or 4, Ciprian calls me and tells me, hey, what about registering for a design competition with what we have? I said, the admission rate is the price is kind of high to actually apply and everything, but in the end he convinced me, we applied one night, and then for 6 months we forgot about it. But then we get an email. And that email, coming from this competition, the Red Dot Award, was saying the following. It's still confidential, but you have been selected to be one of the 40 best of the best designs during that year, out of the 4,000 designs. Now, out of those 40 each year, 20 are Apple. So for a small company from Romania to be on a list with Apple, that's something. But then there was something in the footnote saying, you're also nominated to be one of the 5 contenders for the Luminary Award, which is the highest award in industrial design. And it was actually written that you are contenders among companies from the US, the UK, and Romania. And we're like, who else is from Romania? And then Ciprian said, don't worry, it was just a template email. 1 month later, at the awarding ceremony, we found out who the other companies were. Virgin Galactic, with the Unity spacecraft, which went to space. Us, another solution for people with mental disabilities. And other solutions which actually helped people not to end up to having disabilities. And we won. And the best industrial design in the world last year, it was ours. It was absolutely incredible. It was absolutely incredible for 2 things. One, in Romania, Ciprian is just a university professor from a country which never had anything to do with industrial design. We had never made industrial design in our country. 1 week after this award, the amount of people applying to industrial design universities in Romania doubled. But the second thing, which I realized, and also Ciprian, by the way, is very good with champagne. He's right here in the photo opening the champagne. Because of this award, Ciprian became one of the best industrial designers in the world. But the thing is, Ciprian was always one of the best industrial designers in the world. He never knew. He was never in the right context to find out. He never had the opportunity to prove himself. And by all those fights and discussions and debates from a technological standpoint and everything, and all those times I said how horrible his work was, or also how good it was at the same time, we ended up with the best industrial design in the world for 1 year. Ciprian never knew he was one of the best designers of our generation. But by building the right context, with the right challenges, in a collaborative space which we built, that's how he found out. And that's actually the story of Ciprian, but there are more people in my team with similar stories. The people leading my software and my mechanics team, they finished masters like a few years ago. A few months ago, they were on the cover of Forbes magazine in Romania. And just some examples. What I found out is that if you build the right context, normal people are capable of extraordinary work. And going back to Lumen, in the last months, it was really challenging to find out what are our core values. This company is growing, and we have to find what are the core values that are making us being us. And I think we found the first one. And we found it after done a lot of things. For example, in this image, Andrea, she was born blind, so she already is blind for over 30 years. She's the first blind person in the world who was able to use a large convenience store without aid because of our technology. Blind people never go to a large store without having some kind of support. It's simply too complicated, it's too complex, too daunting, they never do that. Andrea was the first person in the world who was able because of our technology. And continuing to build things like this, we realized what was our core value. Our core value is that we founded this company for one purpose only, to help people. We never cared about the money. I never founded this company caring about the money. The investors, maybe they invested because of the money, but not us. And 2 months ago, we just closed a 12 million euro investment round in Lumen. Lumen has the largest investment round for a Romanian startup which is still headquartered in Romania. And not 100% sure, but from what I have until now, the largest ever investment round in a pre-revenue startup from East Europe was in Lumen. 12 million euros in a company which doesn't really care about money. And that actually what made us realize one clear thing. What is our number one value? And we call it make meaning, not money. Why? Because we started this with only one thing. We saw a problem, and we began finding a solution for it. And for that solution, we continuously iterated with only one purpose, helping. And with time, we realized that the moment you help, the moment you actually build things which help, inevitably you will get to money. And that's how we got our first value. Make meaning, not money. Money will come after. The problem is that most businesses, they start with the principle of making money, and then they find a solution to find money, and then they search for the problem that solution actually solves. That's not the right way. If you put it in the right way, that's when you're able to scale. That's when you're able to actually create meaning, to actually build things which help people. And the moment you help people, you inevitably get to money. 10 years ago, I was in this room, failing. I keep failing every day. But I learned a few things from the failures which I had. First thing is that where we come from doesn't matter in the same time. Born in a family of people with disabilities, it was one of the best things that happened into my life. That was the part that matters. The fact that we had very limited resources, that didn't matter. It did not stop me from doing the things which I did. Normal people, in the right context, can do extraordinary deeds. The story of my colleagues, which by the right context were able to change paradigms which are thousands of years old. And if you want to remember just one thing from everything I said, remember the last one. With everything you do, either if you're students, professors, management, or trying to decide what to do next in life, make that decision based on making meaning, not money. Money will always come after if you really make meaning. Make meaning, not money. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our last speaker, and thank you very much for all of you for being here. That was our last speech, which means we're moving to the closing part of this event. And on behalf of the two main organizers, as just one, I wanted to say a very big thank you for all of you for being here, because I think that this event has turned out to be a great opportunity for you to meet people from truly different backgrounds, because we've had people coming from biology, history, teaching, artificial intelligence, business, sustainable development, and so on. So many people from so many different backgrounds, and each of them has an idea. And I think our last speech greatly summarized this whole concept. And I think that this event has made all of us realize that all of us are normal people, but each of us has an idea. So I hope TEDxJacobsUniversity helped you realize that each of us should have deep down there an idea, and we hope on behalf of TEDx team that we inspired you to share this idea with the world. So thank you very much again for being here, and as a thank you, we would like to present small thank you gifts on behalf of TEDx team to our speakers. And to the people who helped us organize this event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. And now we are closing the TEDx Jacobs University 2022 and inviting everyone to the lobby for the closing ceremony. Unofficial.